I clicked the wrong button, I'm so sorry. Welcome everybody, welcome. I did all my intro things already, sorry. I already did it once. My bad everybody. I clicked the button, I swear. Welcome in guys, hello everyone. Hope you guys are doing well. We were about to do a silent stream. Maybe the best sound clip someone's ever recorded. Yeah, my drill, that's from the OG Dawn of War. That's what that's from. It's just the Berserker, like, selection sound. Okay. I think this is good for our initial bore dry brush. Which I'm doing. Yeah. That'd be great to see him actually decide, like, hey, this is what we want to do. The guy just like knocks it out of the park. Cool. Let's get the next one here. Varnish. I do varnish my minis. So I use my airbrush, and I use Liquitex. Yeah, Basics matte varnish is what I use most of the time. On some minis I use a satin varnish. But that's if I want like a glossy finish, I go satin varnish. I'd never use a gloss varnish unless I'm going just for straight durability. But I have also used, if you're just wanting durability in your paint, Pine Sol. You know, like wood finish, that kind of stuff, is an incredible like a gloss varnish. But if you're going to use a gloss varnish, if you really are concerned with the durability of your minis, use a gloss varnish and then cover it with a matte varnish. Because that'll get rid of the shine and you'll get kind of the durability of a gloss varnish. But I don't like the finish of a gloss varnish, and I have never once had paint chip off a mini that I've put matte varnish on. So in my experience, the matte varnish is enough. Decals good on best with the gloss varnish. Decals good on best with Mark Fit or Micro Sol, and then you can varnish them afterwards. But it can, like, okay, and you go ready to go, and the dude just goes berserk. Yeah. The guy's like an avid 40k fan, you know, and he like completely understands what a berserker is, the voice actor, so he just goes with it. So we have 10 orc boar boys. 10 orc boar boys. That's what we're painting. I might be able to finish these today or get them mostly finished, and then tomorrow my goal is to, which I still have to finish, like reassembling this mini and cleaning this mini and everything, but tomorrow I'm hoping to be able to start on the orc war boss on Wyvern. So I have some work to do to get that mini ready. And if for some reason I can't get that mini ready in time for tomorrow, then we're going to paint our giveaway mini. Micro set. Glossy finish stops silvering, keeps things flat and level. Interesting. Yeah, I think the silvering happens because of like air bubbles that form. And I think which I've had happen with transfers, so you know, maybe that's something I need to look into more. But my understanding is if you're laying them down flat and you're getting getting those air bubbles out, you're helping the mini or the transfer settle properly. You shouldn't get that kind of issue with the transfers. We are going for like a simpler paint job. We're doing like a tabletop standard on this. Could do Warcry team sometime. Yeah. Igloo. In layer. Okay, interesting. So you'll notice these orcs are, their assembly's a little janky when you look at it up close. Part of that is older sculpts, and part of it, I think the gentleman that sent me these, they were already assembled. I ended up taking them apart and trying to put them back together, but things just didn't sit completely flat, or there were some areas that were issues. I actually replaced some of the boar heads. And some other just like random pieces around. Fortunately, I had like the sprues with me, so if you see little hiccups with the assembly, don't be too judgy. People have different levels in this hobby, and that's all right. I will be painting a lot more orcs, though. Hopefully, he likes these, and I'll get more of these. Fun stream news. Ooh, okay. What you got? What's some good stream news? Magnus and Moobin from PlayOn came into stream, was chatting. Yeah, Moobin! He hasn't been in my stream in a while. I don't think I stream at times when he hangs out, but yeah. I had Moobin hang out in my chat. He came in a couple times. So hopefully he sticks around and he hangs out a little bit. But that's awesome. That's super cool. That is the sole reason why I cheer for Moobin every single time he plays on PlayOn. And those are pretty much the only episodes I watch anymore. Like, ooh, Moobin's playing? Alright, I'll watch. It's like, I know him. Hey, Groovy, what's up? So the color scheme on these orcs. You shout out my 30k thousand? Oh, adorable. Thank you. I appreciate that. I should really post my pictures of them on my Instagram or something. But we were talking about color scheme, and I was asking the customer client friend what color scheme he wants on his orcs, and he says he told me to pick whatever I wanted, as long as it's not something like awful. Like, he wants them to look cool. And I was like, I could totally do that. Like, please just don't pick pink. I was like, that's fine. Like, I don't have to pick pink. And I let him know that, I plan on playing against this army quite a bit in the old world if he's going to be playing these orcs. So I don't want to play against a bad looking army. I want a cool looking orc army to play against. So I will definitely be painting these to look cool. I am painting some orc boar riders. Yeah, for Warhammer the Old World. That's what these are. So we're just starting with some simple dry brushing. Process my bad news. Brief part of things doing okay. Day off. Oh, Baryon, I don't know what happened, but it sounds cruddy, and I hope today with your day off is better. Blue, have you heard from Amethystine Art of War wanting to play Space Marine 2? I heard kind of through the grapevine that she was interested in kind of joining a little streamer community playing some Space Marines. So I was going to make that group, and I was going to invite her to the little group chat so we can organize games. I don't know. I don't know if you interact with her anymore. Definitely interested. Joining your warband, so to speak, I'd pitch the idea. Okay, okay. Yeah, I'll message her. I don't know if any of your mods or anything wanted to join either, like ill or anything. What do we call her? What do we call her? Brother, sister, or just just sister Amethystine? I do have a Discord. Yeah, you can get the link. I don't know if someone would share it or chatbot. Nightbot pops up with it every once in a while. There we go. Thanks, Blue. I appreciate it. That's the Discord. Brother, not brother Amethyst. Yeah. No problem. How are you doing? Whose name I can't figure out how to pronounce. How do you pronounce your name? And are you in the hobby? Funk Sky? Okay. That makes sense. I can see that. He's been in the hospital for 30 days now. Health took a sudden decline for the worst. Aha, yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. More. We're using caramel brown as our dry brush here. Heads up, got his health a few months back. Yeah, yeah. And the grief process is weird with those situations too, because it's it's like you're like grieving now, right? And the person's still here. But it's like, you almost think like I'd rather just take this unexpected, because then I don't have to sit here and deal with it now. But then I don't know. I think it's maybe better when you know what's coming, I guess. Yeah. It's never easy. Never easy. It's always difficult to deal with the death of a loved one. I guess if it were easy, it would not be a loved one, right? Like, haha, take that, grandma. Like, that's not... Kids these days, But yeah. Sorry to hear that. Hopefully things are peaceful. Hopefully the family does alright. Best year than years prior. So that helps. That's cool. Yeah. Never anticipated I'd see TPD this bored. Boarded? Bored? Yeah, bored. Bored. Yep. Yep. Hey, I got it. I got it. Because the boys are back in town. Kill panic. I start browsing models till I find some that screens Uncle Scott to me. Paint up in Packers colors. Alright, nice. Blood Bowl, man. Blood Bowl. You want to paint something in Packers colors, what's more appropriate than, you know, British hooligan version of football? One more to dry brush. Heavy weapons that are options. Started to try to see which ones will fit, because almost all of them are made with specific kits. Low weapon shield integrated to the bit. Okay, nice. Alright. So you're working on it. Your Falcons, right? Consider Blood Bowl? Yeah. Does that fit? Or the scatter layers that came with it originally? Okay, yeah. Well, hopefully you can find some good 3D printed pieces. You definitely don't see as many 3D prints for Xenos vehicles as you do for the Imperial stuff, but I'm sure there's something out there. Okay, dry brush on the bores. Next thing we're gonna do, rinse this brush. We're gonna get these spear hafts real quick, which I did paint with a black brown already. We're gonna get them with a bit of bright umber. Just to separate our browns, because we have a couple different brown colors on this mini. So we want to make sure you're able to tell the difference between wooden spear shaft and a boar's fur and the leather pants and straps on the on the orc's body. And this is still color. We don't have to be too neat with it. Looking at teams, make a few choices. Okay, there you go. All right. This came out fine. I'll be checking on the Shuriken Cannons and Cilantro Star Cannon. Okay, nice, nice. Always being productive. A lot of airbrush work yesterday. I was priming these guys. And I ran a bunch of errands. So shipped out some models, shipped out the towel stuff, which was great. Officially finished those. You have a sword. This is like the banner. I think what we're going to do for the armor on these orcs is we're going to paint it black, and then we're going to dry brush silver on it. So the skin will probably be the last thing I paint on these minis, to be honest, because that allows us to dry brush without worrying about making mistakes. And the skin, I think I'm going to do a darker green, like a dark yellow green. And then I'm going to highlight it with maybe just yellow green, I think, if we keep it simple, and just one simple highlight, no wash, and we should be able to get some good orky skin tones while using minimal colors, and I think it'll really get a nice effect across. They have finished printing, waiting on me to get to. Nice. Okay, okay. Very cool. Ran a bunch of prints a couple weeks ago and I haven't ran anything this week. I think I ran like 2 or 3 prints last week and just kind of stopped, but I have the things printed that I want. I printed some rhino bits to finish out my rhinos that I made, so I need to make sure those fit. Their shields are also separate, so I'm gonna have to get to their shields. You know, maybe tomorrow. Things I have to do. We'll paint their shields separate and glue them on. Hey, Star Laser, what's up? Zen, how you doing? Good morning, guys. This and he does Warhammer. Okay, there you go. Okay. That color's done. Let's go ahead and do the silver now. So how we start this, we're going with coal black, and then we're just going to do like dry brushes of silver to get our actual silver color. Some of the things like I think they're shoulder pauldrons here. I think they all have one. We'll get, it'll just stay black and white, or like the iconography, or maybe we'll do it with the metal color. I don't know. Star Laser Zen, how you guys doing this morning? Happy Tuesday. We'll eventually come back. The boar, we'll do a little more on the boar, especially his horns and like his face. Especially their cavalry. Ended up having bought the Cal's faction for a Soval. Yeah, their cav's really good. Doesn't their cav start with 3 wounds? The Abyssal Knights or whatever. The Freezer helped the Wyvern. It did, yeah, it did a bit, yeah. I got them apart. I haven't cleaned them up yet. So I have work to do on the boar, but I figured I would get these guys primed and base coated so I can paint these guys on stream, and then this afternoon, probably after stream, I'll work on that Wyvern, getting that Wyvern back together, and try to prime him tonight, and maybe start on tomorrow, so... Freezer technique is the way to go, guys. If you need to get 2 super glued pieces apart, doesn't work with plastic cement, but super glue. Put it in the freezer, it makes the super glue really brittle. And just pulls right apart. Okay. I think we could this little ring just to be sure, but I think that's it for the silver on this guy, so we'll get the next one. Pretty cool. Wars have shown such low discipline. Yeah, so you know, Warhammer Fantasy back in the days, and orcs and goblins had a rule called animosity, where they would fight amongst each other. And the way that rule worked out is if the unit didn't have a hero in it, which you only had, you know, a limited amount of heroes and lords you could take and stuff, but or maybe if the hero gave him a reroll. But for every unit in your army, you rolled a d6, and on a roll of 1, they suffered from animosity, where like the mob doesn't want to follow the orders of the knob in charge or whatever. So it was for orcs and goblins, just all greenskins. And you basically rolled on a separate chart. So you go through your whole army, you roll a d6 for everybody. Every one that you rolled on this animosity chart. And sometimes it did things like the unit didn't move. Sometimes there was like infighting, and you would actually just like lose like d6 or d3 models in the unit. And sometimes they would get like super overzealous, and they would charge whatever is in front of them. So like the closest thing. So if the closest thing happened to be one of your own units, they would charge your own units. Like that's what they would do. Yeah, I don't think Black Orcs suffered from animosity. Yeah. So maybe if you put a Black Orc character in an Orc unit, they wouldn't suffer from it. But yeah, the Black Orcs are super disciplined. Like the biggest, strongest, like toughest orcs. So they didn't care about it. But yeah, it was super fun. It was a hilarious rule. Thanks to the Chaos Dwarves. Encouragement. Yeah. Black Orcs. We'll call it encouragement. Greenleaf, how you doing? I'm doing great. Studio Army 1 is Ogres and 2 is Bretonnia there. Nice. You got someone running an Ogres army? This Orc army is a commission, but it's a commission for someone local. A friend of mine that's local here, so I do plan on playing against this army. I technically played against this army once, but everything was unpainted, so if things go well, I might end up just painting this whole army for this gentleman, so you might be seeing more orcs. In stream being painted black. Free ogre spearhead. Friends give me Bretonnia. Dang, people giving you stuff. That's awesome. You beat this dude and convince him to pay for painting? No. I was originally going to paint a bunch of Bretonians for him. And because he has a couple armies that he started collecting since the Old World came out. And we met up and played a game, and he played his orcs and goblins. And I think I may have posted pictures in the Discord when we played our game. But before we even played, he was talking about how he tried a game with Bretonia and really didn't like the play style. He didn't like kind of being forced into like a cavalry focused army, and like it just wasn't his thing. So he has a high elf army and an orc army, and I think both of those he's interested in having me paint. So yeah, we agreed to me to paint some orcs for him instead of the Bretonians, which I'm okay with. Bretonians they're a lot to paint. So orcs are a little simpler, and I got that wyvern, it would be cool, and yeah, it should be a lot of fun. I know he's got a pretty decent sized orc army. Let's see how people paint. I'm poor and I can't collect. I get it. Well, you know, maybe one day you'll be able to start your own collection. You don't have to start big either. I think these boar boys have a lot more armor than normal orcs. I don't remember normal orc minis having like armored feet and legs. Yes, Night Goblin. I do not. No. This is a commission. These orcs. I don't know if the gentleman has Night Goblins, but I know Night Goblins are really good because of the fanatics. And for those of you who aren't aware, fanatics are Night Goblins that other Night Goblins convince to eat a bunch of mushrooms, and they go absolutely crazy. And so they give them a giant flail. It's just a giant metal ball on the end of a chain, like literally giant. And they hide them in their formation. And when they get close to the enemy, they release the fanatics, and the fanatics just start spinning and spinning and spinning and spinning until they die. That's what fanatics do. But fanatics, they are incredibly nasty. In the game, you hide them in your formation, so people don't know what goblin units have how many fanatics. I think, at least. I think that's how they still work. I don't know if there's a lot. It used to be there was a lot of hidden stuff in Warhammer from your opponent, but and then when an opponent gets within a certain distance, you choose to release your fanatics, and you point them in a direction. They move 2d6 inches, and they'll pop right through formations and harm things, and then every turn after that they move a random direction, a random number of inches. And if they ever run into terrain or they roll doubles on their distance, they die. They wrap their chain around their neck or something and die. But hey, Rooster, what's up? Paint my army all white and red like the Kingdom of Heaven. Oh yeah. Like Balian, like that nice, like, you talking about like the nice, like ivory cream color and red that they do? I think white and red is like a classic. That's a very classic, like, Bretonnian color scheme. Yeah. I like that a lot. That's really cool. Beginner painter here just spying on others. Well, cool. Yeah, man. Hey, I chill and paint through most of the weeks, so if you have any questions or anything, I'm more than happy to answer. Best of my ability. Yeah, I'm just a streamer and commission painter. Painting some orcs today. It's on his tusks. We're prepping silver is what we're doing. We're going to dry brush. All these black areas are going to get a silver dry brush. Multicolor is cool, but the solid theme has sold me. Yeah, that's really cool. Man, Bertoni has so many choices. I love the like classic GW studio, like reds, blues, yellows. You know, like the mixed heraldry and everything. I think that's incredible looking. That is also incredibly difficult and time consuming to paint. But a unified color scheme looks great too, because yeah, you're like it's like a Crusader army. At the end of the day, it's an army, you know, like heraldry is important, but uniforms more so. Gotta know who's fighting who. So I guess in Warhammer is probably not as big a deal, right? I don't know, are they wearing red? No, but they have goat legs. Kill the guys with horns and goat legs. Or the giant green ones. So maybe uniforms aren't as important in Warhammer.
First of all, let me take just a moment to thank you.
Hey Rooster, thank you so much for the follow. Are you in the hobby at all? You said beginner painter here. What have you been working on? You fanatics, swinging giant jaw. Yeah, that's in my Discord. Yeah, someone had the Jawbreaker fanatics. Yep, with his candy themed goblin army. Incredible stuff. Base starters after playing Total War Warhammer series for a ton of hours. Nice. Did you for the old world? Is that what you got, or for 40k or Age of Sigmar? What'd you get? I've been playing Total War since this past weekend. I got back into it after about, I don't know, 8-9 months of not touching the game, and oh man, I'm having a blast playing as the dwarves. I'm just steamrolling everything. It's incredible. The new mechanics they made for the dwarves are so fun. And their armies with the newest DLC that like came up with a bunch of new stuff for their armies are just awesome. Like I have a whole like Slayer army, and they have been purging Skaven from the lands, and like they're just on like constant crusade. I have a Demon Slayer who has he has over 1,000 weapon strength, and like all the best equipment imaginable. And then with him is Gargum Iron Fist, who's a Slayer, and then I also have I'm gonna train a Dragon Slayer. I'm waiting on a Dragon Slayer to pop up in the region they conquered, but I'm gonna put a Dragon Slayer with unit, and it's just tons of Slayers, Doom Seekers, Goblin Hewers, those kind of things. Age of Sigmar and 40k starter sets. Well, they do have it's not the same. Yeah, you have to get like Tomb Kings or Bretonnia to get the rulebook with it, right? They have the battalion boxes, which are a lot cheaper than, you know, like the big starter sets for 40k, but I get it. Old World has been a lot of fun. I've been playing some Old World and really enjoying it, so Hey, any bit you're in the hobby, man. It's great to have you. 4 down. Next one. Hoping the idea in my head translates well. With how I'm painting these. That's what I mean. I'm going to try this dry brush over the black, but it's not going to be like a normal dry brush. It's going to be a lot of like picking out the edges. That's what I'm hoping to do. An armor on his chest. Okay. Half done with the black. Zen, have you been painting at all? Any of those minis started? No, not at all. Dang. You want to paint on Friday? Gonna break out the airbrush? Okay. You know, what we could do on Friday is, we could do a paint stream on Friday, but we don't have to. Just in a painting mood. I want to get these orcs done, and I have the giveaway mini in as well. Probably not. Fragile transport. Okay. Okay. You need a better transport solution. Why don't you magnetize their bases? Okay. Okay, we gotta get the Boar's helmet here. Down is Barding. Tusks on you. Alright. Next one. Gladly watch you. Okay. Alright, that's fair. Yeah, I have this guy right here. This is the mini we're going to be giving away. So if you're not part of the giveaway yet, it's channel points you can redeem. I'm going to paint this mini and send it to whoever's name is drawn. Channel points, completely free. You just got to watch the channel and hang out, and you'll get those points. Or if you are a patron, any paid level, you get an entry for being a patron. No, that is not Kotiez. That is an exalted hero of chaos, or technically Aegis Sigmar. The Kotiez mini is terrible looking. Detailless mini. Yeah. It's like the sculptor gave up after doing like 70% of the work. He's like, I don't want to do anything on the armor. That's enough. Otiaz definitely has some thunder thighs though. So tomorrow evening, it's the Nova announcements. At the very least, roadmaps for 3 of my Yes, most played games or favorite games from GW. Basically all of them but Middle-earth. But Middle-earth is getting a new edition, so no roadmaps for that yet. But roadmaps for Horus Heresy and 40k and the Old World. All really good stuff. I think the Heresy one is the most interesting to me because I have no idea, honestly. Like, I could give some guesses on, they'll put a roadmap, maybe they'll preview some stuff, but I think, like, they're going to release some more variants of tanks, so some more Leman Russ and, like, Malkador variants for the Solar Ox, or Velataris pieces, and yeah, maybe some Mechanicum tanks that follow like the chassis of tanks that the tank that just came out, stuff like that. Weapon options for Thalax, those kind of things. I don't know beyond that. I just watched I listened to the Valrak video this morning, and he was talking about how he heard there is a possible new Rogel Dorn Primarch mini coming for 30k. The Heresy. And we'll see about that. They do a Kill Team roadmap. Is Kill Team one of the games? I don't think Kill Team is one of the games on that announcement. Maybe it is. There was Heresy, Old World, 40k, and maybe Kill Team was one of the games that gets a roadmap too. I can't remember specifically what the other game was. A good one this time? Yeah, maybe. He was I don't know how much of this was like speculation, how much was like info he has, or how much is just him like, hoping for something, but he was talking about hoping for one or hearing about one or something where he's using like a shield, like a big storm shield, which to me screams more of an action pose. But Rogel Dorn and Angron Transfigured as Primarch minis. But I just want to see that man. He keeps talking about the new Heresy starter set that's gonna come out, or like the battalion box or whatever. That's like Mark II, which I don't care for Mark II, but then it has Saturnine Terminators and a Saturnine Dreadnought, which just all sounds horrible. We did say there were sentry guns in it, so maybe the Tarantula sentry guns are gonna be a thing, which would be nice. Something different and interesting. I think I'm more hoping for like the rapier weapon batteries more than the tarantulas. That's alright. Yeah, the Saturnine Dread is a new mini. That's what he's talking. That's one of the things he talked about. It's a new Dreadnought variant that people are calling a Saturnine Dreadnought. And that makes you think it's going to look like the Saturnine Terminators, which makes me real sad. But you know what? There is enough in the Horus Heresy where I do not have to play those things. And if someone wants to play against me with them, that's up to them. I don't know, tactical Dreadnought's just Terminator armor, right? I hope that's what they're saying. Oh, putting double Terminators in the bot. Yeah. This sounds so bad though. I don't want. I mean, if people like them, that's fine. Like I said, other people can enjoy them. Not gonna steal my enjoyment. It just solidifies my choice that I won't have to buy another box set. And I'm gonna be so furious if I see those things and they look awesome. I'm just gonna be like upset. Because that's what I thought about the Solar Auxilia. I always thought Solar Auxilia looked goofy and dumb. And they released those plastics and they look so good. Rules-wise, I like the militia better. Because you can just have literally 1,000 dudes on the board. And it's like not even egregious. Putting more in a box? Never. I mean, that's what they do with the Heresy and the Old World stuff. Right? They're all like double box sizes. So again, we don't have to worry too much about making mistakes with this black yet, because as long as we don't get black on the boar's fur or on the spear shaft, we're good. We're gonna paint this other stuff afterward. These new models, these are the original ones, yeah. The Old World hasn't got a lot of new models, a lot of re-releases. These are the older Orc War Boys, which are pretty nice looking minis. I don't know, I'm not unhappy. I like the proportions, the poses, the posability on models are pretty good. I didn't fully assemble these. They were sent to me assembled, and I actually had to do some corrections just because I think the person that put them together is a little newer to the hobby, a little newer to putting minis together. But I really enjoy the simplicity of the classic Warhammer Fantasy models, and how quick they are to paint, how paintable they are. It's just wonderful. Heresy and ASL is popular. They try to tempt people to better deals with boxes. Yeah, I think they do that in a way. I think there's also the idea that if you put more in a box, you're able to stock fewer boxes. So like GW stores can have space for all these extra games because, you know, they're having like one box set of each thing. So someone wants 20 Tactical Marines. You know, they're only buying one box set, and it takes one box set off the shelf. You know, that's one bit of packaging, so it's a little cheaper that way. Like, people are going to be buying these minis in bulk. So I do think one of the things I think GW is doing, kind of sinister thing, I think they're releasing so many things because I think they're trying to monopolize space in local game stores. I think this is like their new thing. It sounds a bit conspiracy theory, but yeah, I really think that they're trying to push out other games by just having so much stuff for Games Workshop that people can't help but. Yeah, but I mean, it's if the stuff sells, right? That's the thing. If their games are selling, people are going to stock it. That's the whole crux of the issue. If it sells more than, you know, 10 like little board games that they sell one every 6 months, like what are you going to stock? You know, what would a good local store stock? Would it be, you know, the Horus Heresy range, or, you know, whatever, you know, couple board games? Like they'll start knocking stuff out. It's like consolidating, right? $140 seem better, more stuff than the 40k Combat Patrols. Yeah, yep. If centerpiece models in theirs, yeah. Or Star Wars Legion. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, yep. That's definitely a big direct competitor, right? Yeah, and I've noticed my local stores, they're having to make space for the Old World. It's all crammed on a shelf, but like it's getting overloaded because they keep coming out with the armies and the minis are coming out and they have these, you know, bright blue boxes just taking up all this space. But then they have Heresy, there's Legion Imperialis and Kill Team and Necromunda and Blood Bowl and, you know, not to mention 40k and Age of Sigmar being the biggest sections in the store. Just all that. Yeah, it used to be X-Wing. Don't get me hating AMG again today, guys. They deserve it, but, you know. It's my secret, Captain. I'm always hating AMG. I am, yeah. Yeah, the old world is apparently selling really well. Games Workshop actually mentioned really good sales numbers in their latest shareholders report that came out like a week or two ago. They specifically mentioned the old world had a really big launch and they have a lot of plans in the future. I don't know if they used the word expansion, but they talked about how they're looking forward to, you know, doing a lot more for the game. Still stock troubles. I think their stock troubles are starting to resolve themselves. I have been noticing fuller and fuller shelves. Doesn't mean it's completely resolved, but that has been something I've noticed. There's still things I have to like wait to get, but you know, anecdotally from, you know, the two stores I shop at, these past like 2 months I've noticed just like full shelves pretty much. So they have been pretty well stocked from my perspective. Rolled, are you able to take legendary characters or only like war bosses? That depends. There are some named characters. The named characters though are all new so far, because the old world takes place in a different time period than like Warhammer Fantasy, like old Warhammer Fantasy. It's like a couple hundred years before. So you're not going to have like Karl Franz and, you know, some of the, like Grimgor Ironhide I don't think is alive. But there's other characters in the game. They're making it a point to put a couple special characters for each. There is, for the Chaos coming out, there is Galroch, the first Chaos Dragon, which I don't know if you guys want to look up his mini. What is, how do you pronounce this? Yeah, the old mini, dang. That mini was wild looking. Let's see, let me post this. Look at that artwork, and then scroll down. Look at that old mini. It's a super old metal mini, but man, that mini was like chaos incarnate at the time. Incredible. Where are they going with it from here? Put on 3? No, they probably won't put it on a 3-year update cycle. They don't do that with their like side games. I think what they're gonna do, Star Laser, after they get the 9 factions out, I think they're going to I think they're gonna either start rolling out legacy factions with their own books, or they're gonna move into like Cathay or Kislev, or they're gonna do campaign books. I think they're gonna do some stuff like that. And the campaign books give them an opportunity to slowly update models, release new characters, release new like army types and stuff like that. I think that's what they're gonna do. I can still bring Ironhide. I don't think Grimgor doesn't have rules in the old world. You probably just have to bring him as like a Black Orc war boss. Happy to sell Galroch, yeah, yeah. What's your camera attached to? I have an armature on my desk. So I have a corner desk, and it has a 1, 2, 3, 4 arms on it. So I have a arm that holds my tablet where my chat is that I'm reading from now. I have my microphone, I have my ring light, and I have a camera attached to all that. But it's on the back of my desk in my corner desk. There's a nice little spot for it. Okay. Here's what we're going to try. We're going to try the silver here. One more silver. Extra two-headed Chaos Dragon for. Yeah, that's... Chaos Dragons are crazy looking. Where's some different files to get it? Okay. Oh, wow. Okay, so... just want to see... Is it better if I just straight up dry brush it? Catch these edges a little better. Yeah, okay, I like this. Just a simple dry brush. On Horseman on Chaos Dragon. Just on the dragon, he couldn't walk. His legs were sideways out to his hips. Yeah. Yeah, the old Dragon Rider minis. Okay. We got this silver. Oh, get his wrist here. Yeah, that's cool looking. That's really cool looking. I like it. I like it. I think we can work with that. Von Hortzman's a cool character. I remember back in the day, the Empire's magic item called the Von Horstman's Speculum, and it was a mirror. And what it would do is you would use it, and you'd use it in a challenge, and you would reverse or switch a bunch of stats with the character you're challenging. And I remember the little bit I played Empire in Fantasy. I used it once as a wizard. You also had hidden magic items, so people didn't know, what magic items you were taking. So I used it against someone playing Chaos, who charged with the Chaos Lord and challenged my wizard to a duel. And I was like, yeah, sure, why not? My little frail human wizard. And I was like, oh, by the way, our attacks, strength, and toughness characteristic and weapon skill are all switched. So I ended up with like this 1 attack, strength 3 Chaos Lord. I beat him to death. It was great. Good stuff. Dry brushing for the win, guys. Always be dry brushing. Really good item when fighting vampires. Oh, yeah. Definitely. Yeah, because vampires are just, like, supercharged. They're like combat stats. I made a vampire battle standard bear. I was showing him off on Sunday. But he's primed. And I'll get to painting him soon. I want a white as a battle standard as well. So I will have to find a skeleton character to convert to a BSB. But I used one of the is it Underworlds? Is that the game? One of those vampires, the one standing still with the giant mace. I love that mini, but he is perfect as a banner bearer. So it was too good to pass up as far as banner holding poses go. The Von Karstein ring, yeah. That was the once per game you lose your last wound, you roll a d6, and on a 2-up you just stand up, right? I remember the combo. I think it was the 7th edition codex, which my understanding, the 7th edition codex or army books just was like power creep to the max. Like every book was way more powerful than the last one. But Vampire Counts in 7th edition, they had an item. It was a lance, and you combine a lance with like a bloodline ability, and the lance gives you, it's every wound you cause. Yeah, it's every no. It was the vampire power was every wound you cause, you get another attack. It doesn't repeat, but you know it's exploding wounds basically. So, and you give him this lance that his hits automatically wounds when he charges, and so you charge in with this lance that ends up being like strength 7 or 8, which is like pretty much no one gets an armor save against that. Like there's so many modifiers when you get that high of a strength that there's no armor saves. So he charges in. You roll to hit, you hit on 2s or 3s, everything you hit wounds, and then you just roll again basically, and you end up with like 7 or 8 attacks on the charge because the guy was a monster, and he was just like single-handedly breaking units. It was really good. I am not painting with contrast. No, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use I have some Pro Crow color ideas. I'm going to start with dark yellow-green on the skin. And I think I'm just going to go straight into a highlight of yellow-green. And I think that's the orc skin color I'm going to do. It's a little more of like an olive green color. But I don't know. Maybe I'll mix the yellow green with something a little brighter. I don't even know if I'll have washes on this mini. I might do some washes on like the horns and stuff. This skin will probably be one of the last things I do. After I do this metal, I'm gonna do like all the leather bits on these minis. So their pants, they have like straps, different things like that. And then I might get to the skin. And there's like a couple final details. The banner has like some skulls dangling from it. It's not much of a banner, it's more of a standard, just a standard. They did have a banner, but it wasn't what was assembled on here, so there's like a couple different choices. So we're just doing the good old skull standard. That's the last boar, yeah, with an actual helmet on. So, don't worry about the boars anymore. Hey, Gosu, thank you so much for the sub, man. How are you doing this morning? Get my day started. Everything needs to be done to finish for Nova Prep. Night Lancer and Creative Hate Magnetize is nerve-wracking. Good, you got it done though. That's good. That sounds nerve-wracking. So you paint the orcs? Still your speed paint? Yeah, yeah. This is it's a bit of a speed paint. I don't know if I would call it speed paint, but I'm trying to, you know, make them look good, see if I can get them done quick. So I guess painting with urgency. Attachment of used orcs. Dirt cheap. Oh, cool. Very cool. Painting post haste. Yep. Post haste painting. Hey Zen. Hey, question for you. Where if I sent you a template, would you be able to create a texture like base topper to the size of a flight stand? To fit on the flight stand? Sweet. I have an actual flight base coming in, so yeah, you just gotta like make the shape and stamp it right, pretty much. Yeah. Smart is fast, fast is smart. Yeah, very cool of that company when you buy their texture base STLs. They give you a big like rectangular plate that's just like massive, and you can cut out and create your own bases out of it. So if you're tired of the same design over and over again, or you need a shape that they don't sell, yeah, just a big sheet of texture, which is incredible. And it's got a lot of stuff going on, so you can, pick out different parts of it. Yeah. Dref Builder, what's going on? How are the dwarves coming along? I just want to say, Dref, watching you, watch or like seeing your painted dwarves. I haven't been able to catch your stream yet, but seeing your painted dwarves got me all motivated, and I started playing Total War again. Was playing with the dwarves and just killing it. So having a blast. Yeah, these are commissioned; they're not mine. Don't judge me. I probably will end up painting this whole army. I hope, at least. These guys are cool. I always wanted to paint an orc army, and Warhammer Fantasy orcs are way more fun to paint than 40k orcs. So. Big bets on how much money worth of minis I can come home with. Oh no. Go Sue. He's just gonna get on in a week. He's gonna be like, I lost my home. But look at these minis. I was sick okay. Well, I hope you're feeling better. And yeah, if you are going live on Saturday, find us, let us know. Get some people hanging out watching you paint some Dowie. Movement trays I ordered finally arrived. Oh, cool. Alright, good to hear, man. Thank you. Yeah, I got a local guy that made movement trays for me. Because I don't have an FDM printer. I need like 15. I had like 5 or 6 already, like old ones that don't really fit a lot. Man, they make the game go a whole lot faster. Warhammer Fantasy is pretty miserable if you don't have movement trays. Printing movement trays on SLA would. Yeah, I would. Yeah. I'm not even gonna try printing those with the resin. Like, it just seems bad all around. But then, like, in no way am I gonna be printing a 200 millimeter wide print tray or whatever, movement tray. They're going crazy. Okay, never been to a convention like this before. Gotcha. Yeah, you will probably end up buying something that you did not expect to buy. That's one thing. It's like my one takeaway from conventions is like, it's always this random board game or thing where I'm just like, I would never buy this normally, but here I am buying these minis that I'm never gonna touch or whatever. Yeah, unit fillers are really good. Yeah, rank filler. There you go. Yeah. Hey Yoshi, what's up? Hotel people. Are you in a hotel? Are you going to Nova as well? Creative. Some unit fillers with 10 times the old metal longbeards. Oh, those old metal longbeards are great. I know exactly the minis you're talking about. Wish. I figured there were people that were here. Are you in the Nova area? Or what? Or that were like in the chat that are going to Nova? That's Gosu. Gosu's he's gonna be our Nova correspondent. So I expect him to be reporting in. Ears in chat. That makes sense now. Yeah, I read that out loud. I was like, yeah, okay. I'm having reading comprehension issues today. Here's the rope map before G. Oh, sweet. All right. I'm talking about. Are they gonna like live stream it, or are they doing They're doing like the convention thing and then they do their live stream? The old metallics. That is a solid deal though. $250. Yeah. Nice. Okay, just 3 more to go with the silver. It's not even noon yet. We're making really good time. Oh, the metallic miners. I don't understand the miners that they're releasing. So the plastic miners are releasing were the ones from the 7th edition starter set, right? Are those the only plastic miners that exist? Because they're releasing them with the carts, and the carts don't do any. No, not the Island of Blood. That was the 8th edition. The 7th edition one was the dwarves versus the goblins. It had the most random minis in it. There were like 8 dwarf miners, and okay, they were a standalone kit. Why did they come with the cart? The cart doesn't have any rules. Like that one box comes with 4 carts. Yeah, Skull Pass. That's what it is. Hey, Deminded, welcome, and thank you. Thank you for helping me figure that out. I had that box at one point. I paid $50 for that box not long after it came out. And I sold the contents of that box years later, the miniatures. It was $30 for the goblins, and I sold $30 for the dwarves. So I made $10 on that, selling used minis. Cart for a mission objective, yeah. Yeah, it might just be unit filler. Yeah, unit filler just take up space in the movement tray. And it's basically like, you know, a unit filler might take up 4 spots. And as the unit starts getting whittled down, you know, eventually you just take out the the unit filler, you know, to whatever proportion of minis that it takes up. The 4 carts come with the miner kit. That's why I think the miners are the ones from Skull Pass. I don't think the miners ever got their own kit. Because it was like 8 miners. I'm actually about to go check the contents, because if it's 32 miners and 4 carts, then that would make sense. Because I think it was 8 miners. Yeah, that box set was weird. The goblin side of it was incredible though. It came with like 90 goblins. It was insane. All of that and you got one troll. It's a good set though. The 6th edition starter set was the classic for me though. Let's see, is it here? That's where the miners are? No, it was last week. Excuse. Old world. 20 dwarf miners with a command group and 4 miner carts. I don't get that. I really don't get that box. Objective could function as a line of sight blocking terrain. Yeah, the little fences, yeah. Yeah, it's already part of the sprue. It's just strange. Why would GW do that? Those minis don't look, well, they look kind of monopose, but their proportions look like they're a full box set. Yeah, the carts don't do anything though in the game. In the day, in some rank and file were metal. 20-man unit would cost $90. Unit fillers are a cheap way. Yeah, the unit fillers are great. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. It's, you know, yeah, I mean that's cool. Yeah. If you're just using them for unit fillers, that's perfect. It's just strange to me. I thought it was really strange seeing that like okay, it's part of the sprue. But like why was that part of the sprue? GW never built in unit fillers into stuff. These miners and then the old zombie and skeleton kits, the old ones, would be the only time I would think that there was like somewhat encouraging unit fillers in the game. Dwarves didn't have a 7th edition army book? Really? Oh wow. Huh. Oh man, Skaven slaves. I remember when I started in Warhammer Fantasy, I was playing Empire, and I have the 6th edition Dwarf Army book. The book was great. 6th was busted. The book for 6th? Huge explosive charge. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, in Soval they have the blasting charges too. Yeah. Sixth edition for dwarves. Okay. I remember their runes got really strong. The real name for Deep Guard are Iron Breakers. Yeah. Yeah, I remember I played Empire as my first Warhammer army, and a buddy of mine got Skaven. I remember learning that Skaven clan rats not only were weapon skill 3, the same as my Imperial State troops, but a higher initiative, and I thought the game was like messed up. They shared a box with hammers later on. Okay, yeah, because it's like hammers or I thought it was Iron Drakes or Iron Breakers, but again, it's been so long since I've collected like classic Warhammer Fantasy minis. And Iron Drakes, that's cool. Hammers, Longbeards. Okay, it was the Longbeards and the Hammers. And I've been playing Total War, and I just got technology. I'm at the point where all my armies have iron breakers and the giant sky barge like airship thing and all this stuff. But I got an upgrade for my iron. I can't remember what it does for iron breakers. It gives them something ridiculous. Oh, they get shield wall formation. Yeah. All of my armies have like 3 sky barges, some artillery, and then thunders and iron breakers and a couple iron drakes. Like that's my army composition. Except I have one army that is a pure defense army. That's made to use the deep stuff to teleport if a city comes under attack. And they are iron breakers, and I have a couple organ guns, and then thunderers. And then I have a bunch of more iron drakes in that army. So it's all heavy armor. It's very defensive, with a lot of like close range guns. I should have got the grudge rakers or whatever, the shotgun dudes. Switch some units out. But then I have a Slayer army, which I'm working on a second Slayer army because I just confederated Ungrim Iron Fist. I have a beast of a Demon Slayer though. He's an absolute monster. He's got the Starbreaker weapon and all this stuff. It's so crazy. Suckering and getting the old world found a 2 Kings box for $100. Dang. That's a solid deal, because that's like a, what, $300 box set or something. Yeah, the Drakes had little flame cannons. Yep. They give their commander the Trollhammer torpedo. It's like the anti-tank grenade launcher. The Piat, right? Isn't that what that is? Okay. Cool. That's the silver, guys. This guy's bracer. First of all, okay, we got yours. This guy's bracer, though, I don't feel comfortable keeping that brown. Looks like I should. We'll dry brush that in a minute. Give it time to dry while we're doing other stuff. Time to be the building dad. Put my daughter to bed. So lurk, I guess. Okay, no problem, Jeff Builder. Thank you, man, for stopping by. Okay, here's what's next. We have some lovely warm brown. We're going to take this and all of the leather components on the Mini. Going to be painted with warm brown. So we'll just start on this banner guy. What that entails are pants, leather strap. Ignore some of the assembly things. We talked about this earlier. These are commission, and the gentleman I got this commission from, he's a little newer. Doesn't spend a lot of time painting or hobbying, so he was, trying to figure out how to do this stuff, and I had to adjust some of the things. I actually pretty much reassembled these guys, but there are going to be mistakes and everything. That's okay. We're going to try to be able to dry brush this leather. Then when we're done with this leather, we could probably move on to his skin. I made a thank you Zen, for that. Yeah, it's very like orange, I guess. It is a very warm brown. I don't think it'll be as noticeable once we paint the skin, but since we're painting like brown over brown, it's making it more noticeable, right? Okay, let's get these little straps here. Skulls will just have to be a separate. I mean, I hate painting skulls that are like covered in these straps. I don't know why, but it's so annoying to paint. Underworld's team. It's just a paint. Yeah, yeah. It was like that with the World Eaters army. Everybody has skulls with these little straps that hold the skulls, like that go through the like the eye sockets and everything, and it's just annoying. Okay, I think that is the leather on this mini, though. We could reach it. Okay. What an odd color. Yeah, it's interesting. When you get the highlights and everything on it, I think it fits a lot better. Yeah, it's not a color I use often. I definitely wanted a lighter and like a different kind of brown to use for leather because there's a lot of brown on these minis, right? There's the boars, there's the like the wood for the spears and the banner, and then you have like the leather components. And so I wanted something that would stand out, and this will stand out, and it'll be better like again with a highlight. I'm going to use some golden brown as a highlight for this color, so it should give it hopefully a little bit of like a faded leather look, and it'll knock down some of the like bright orange tone. Yeah, golden brown. There we go. Great minds, Gosu. Great minds. I'm also not going for like a really grimdark paint scheme. So Warhammer Fantasy is not like that. It isn't about like how do you make the most like the meanest looking whatever. You know, there's kind of a sense of, you know, like they wear uniforms, and there's like a I guess like the brighter color scheme just kind of fits the setting a little better. Yeah. You know, I agree. They are a bit on the yellow side, right? But those lighter browns, especially their newer ones, like the caramel brown and there's the orange brown and stuff, they work really well together. Highlighting with those colors over each other is really nice. Okay, that's you. And also, as this warm brown dries, it darkens, like a lot of their colors. I'll show you that banner guy here in a few minutes when it's fully dry, and you'll see how it changes, and it like mutes itself a little bit. keep telling myself that it doesn't matter if I paint the skin. There will be time. Be careful around the skin. It's not now. And painting the skin on these minis is what'll bring them all together. I think they'll start making a lot more sense. The strap's supposed to work, but whatever. I think for the horns, like the tusks and their teeth, I'm going to start with golden brown or dark golden brown, and I'm going to work up to olive flesh, which is an incredible combo for any kind of like teeth or horns. But we'll do a quick highlight step in there. It's not going to take us very long. So, painting son, before he started school, he was telling us, so my wife's been asking about like his eyesight a lot, because she was around 2nd grade when her eyesight started going, just getting like a lot of headaches and stuff, and had to wear glasses as a kid and all that stuff. So we're like keeping an eye on the painting son to see, like, if and when, whatever happens. And we go to like great lengths to make sure he takes care of his eyes. Like the kid is since he was like a baby, like literally have a baby picture where we took him out and he's wearing sunglasses as a baby. Like kid always wears sunglasses. Try to take care of that stuff how we can. He was telling us toward the end of summer that he's like, sometimes when I look at stuff far away, I see it looks like there's 2 of them. And we were like, oh, okay, great. All right, so it's beginning. I don't know about my eye condition earlier. It didn't come on until I was an adult, though. Yeah, my eyes didn't go to crap until I was an adult, too. So, but I think I just, didn't take care of my eyes. Probably just damaged my eyes a lot. Well, he tells us this, and we're like, okay. So we talked to his teacher at school, like when the orientation, and we asked about the school doing like eye screenings. And they do like, free eye screenings at the school. And we're like, what, sweet. We can avoid a doctor's appointment and maybe get him checked and see. So we had him do an eye screening like his first week of school with the nurse. Well, we got his results and his eyes are fine. And we're like, okay, but he says he's seeing double. So we scheduled an eye doctor appointment for him, which is soon, I think. It might be the end of this week. I don't know, but they said his eyes were fine. So, we scheduled an eye appointment anyway. We'll just be sure. So much for the free eye screening. We're still gonna go through the doctor. I was, oh yeah, do eye screenings at home? Okay, yeah. Well, here's the thing. I had a thought. I was like, what if he just like figured out how to make his eyes see double? You can like cross your eyes or whatever, or like do whatever things like make your vision fuzzy on purpose. And like, what if that's what he meant when he says sometimes he looks far away, he can see double, or he sees like, double. So I just asked him one evening at dinner. I was like, hey, like when you say you see double, are you making yourself see double, or is that just always happening? And and he's like, yeah, I can make myself see double. And we were like, well, okay, kid, all right. So according to him, he is making himself see double. He's just figuring things out, He's learning all those little weird things you can do with your eyes. But we're still going to take him to get screened. We're just... As an eye saw the sign. You did, huh? Yep. Opened up. What a good 90s song. Ice cream be 2020 vision. Kid's playing chess while you're playing checkers. Yeah, does he just want to go to the doctor? Is that... When he does a lot of like strange kid things where like he'll like cover up one of his eyes and like look at stuff, or you know, he does that in like Painting Wife. Just it annoys her to no end because he's always doing it. Like we're talking to him and he's just like sitting there like closing one eye and like looking at something, or like trying to like, I don't know, just being distracted. His probably ADHD self. So my local Horus Heresy group is doing like a Horus Heresy Day, my local store. So we're doing a little 3-round event. I don't think it's like a tournament. I think it's just 3 games. But yeah, we're doing a day. We're gonna, I don't know, it's not like a tournament. We're not calling it a tournament, but we have a day in September and we'll be playing a bunch of Horus Heresy. It's 2,000 point games. And I have decided I want to paint a couple minis and put a couple new minis on the table. So one mini I want to get painted and on the table is my current Land Raider that I don't have painted. It's a Land Raider Proteus. So that's one mini I want to paint and take in this. Because I have a Land Raider Spartan, but that thing is, you know, it's 400 points. I don't want to put a 400 point mini in a 2,000 point game. And the other mini is a Xiphon. So I have a 3D printed Xiphon. And I have a flight stand coming for it, but I think I'm going to try to paint that, you know, in September before this whole thing. So the Xiphon's paint job is going to be crazy, guys. I'm going to try to get it painted on stream, and I hope to show it to you guys, but you guys are going to see this thing, you're going to be like, what in the world are these colors? It's great. So Zen, this brown here, this warm brown, you can see how it mutes a lot, like the difference. There you go. That's a good angle to see how much it changes as it dries. It definitely goes down into a like a warm brown status. Maybe I'll paint that Forge World Librarian I got too. Something. I don't know. I wanna get a nice big chunk of minis painted maybe. So for that Xiphon, yeah. Yeah, I do too. I have way too many things. I have STLs for minis and stuff that I'm not even considering printing yet because I have so much to paint. so much. I was looking at STLs the other day, and there were like some tanks that I wanted. It's like, man, I was like, I should get this, but I was like, wait a minute, when am I gonna actually get around to printing this stuff? Not let alone painting it. I think it's gonna be forever. There's no need for me to buy this stuff yet. A fell blade and just printed a shadow sword. There is a one of the things for the heresy I think they're going to announce is Bane blades for the Solar Auxilia. They showed a mini in like it's like on the Horus Heresy Facebook page. Their like banner has a Solar Auxilia. It's like a fell blade or one of those, like not a fell blade is like specifically the Marine one, but it's one of those like shadow sword type variants, but it's a Solar Auxilia variant. And it was not Imperialis scale because they show regular Auxilia next to it, like infantry. They're not the doofy looking Imperialis ones. Blade fit in Pry Nexus terrain? Yeah, maybe not. There's probably specific lanes that they fit through. Baneblade would be fun to have. But no way am I painting a Solar Auxilia Baneblade. Not with the potential trim on that mini. Dear God, no. That Dracosan is bad enough. I did order, I actually ordered direct from GW. I had to get some stuff. That flight stand being one of them. That's like impossible to find anywhere. But I went ahead and ordered some online only things. One of the things I ordered were Solar Auxilia transfers. The Forge World ones. Because they come with specific, Legion transfers. And so I think I'm going to just look for people who want to trade. Because I have the Prospering Spire Guard, and it makes up like the tiniest bit of the transfer sheet. So I'm going to see if people want to just trade, and maybe I can get some serious money's worth out of just purchasing one of those. Yeah, that's how, it happens to me so much. So yeah, of course they have that. It's been there forever. And then, yeah, the one time I go to look for it, it's gone. Yeah, you waited a solid like 8 months for a flight stand, right? Then it was spilled paint pot. They ended up like kind of just letting me have the one when I assembled some minis for him. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think he was like, I don't think he had one on order or anything. We were just kind of like looking when we go to the store or whatever, and that was about it. That's about it. And we're like, oh wow, hey, there's this one and it's free. Okay. Last one is warm brown. Yeah, I ended up paying full retail at GW. Business expense though, right? So I got those transfers, and I also bought a mini I'm really excited to paint whenever I do get around to it. But I bought a corpse cart. The vampire counts. So I had a corpse cart way back in the day, and I never painted it. And I sold it with the rest of my vampire counts. But I love that mini. It's so like characterful and like interesting. So that'll be really fun. Build it with or without the actual corpse pile. That's true. Yeah, yeah. I am definitely building mine with the corpse pile, though. I wish my big complaint about that model is more in the rules for it with current old world, where you can't use it like it's its own thing. You can't use it as a mount for a necromancer, which I think used to be how it was used a lot of the times. Or like a necromancer could just sit on one, and it like, you know, gave the buffs of the corpse card, but you had a necromancer in it. Now it just has like a level 1 necromancer in it as part of its rules. Right? I don't even know if that necromancer does actual necromancer stuff, or if he's just limited to like the specific things in the corpse card. I can't remember exactly. But either way, I'm excited. I'll use it. I don't care about it being like the best thing. I just like options, you know. Yeah, there's a couple auras you can get. One, and there's one that like hurts enemy casting, I think. And there's another one that helps you with I think there's one that that you take less damage when you lose combat. And then there might be one that helps you when you raise units. I'm about to pull it up and look because I'm interested now. Let's see. It's not like an optimal pick, but I don't care about optimal picks for my army. I want something that's cool. Alright, so we finished the warm brown. Do that in a minute. Ever seen a corpse cart before? Yeah, it's brutal. Yeah, it's a great mini. That's an old mini, too. Corpse cart, where are you at? Here we go, corpse cart. Alright, it has... Okay, it has a level 1 wizard, the Corpse Master. He's a necromancy. He can only use a necromancy spell. But having a necromancer means he gets, like, the resurrect thing. There's a Balefire Brazier. Enemy wizards within 15 inches of one or more models must increase the spell's casting value by 1. And then there's the Warped Tintinabulation. Tintinabulation? Ooh, I don't know what that is, but it's a bell. Alright. The bell, let's see. Friendly units in 15 inches recovers a number of lost wounds due to a character's invocation of Nehek. So it's about resurrecting. On a 4+, the unit recovers an additional wound. In addition, friendly units within 15 reduce the number of wounds lost due to the unstable rule by 1. Yeah, that's really good. That's really good. And with that, you had to pick between those two. I definitely picked the Warped Tintinabulation. Ends up being 130 points. Not horrible. That sounds like fun. Man, vampire counts are so cool. Warhammer Fantasy so much fun, guys. All right. Hey, it looks like I have a giveaway set for September already. Would you look at that? That's cool. Reminds me of the Meat Wagon, Undead Had in Warcraft 3. Oh, nice. That might be what it's based on, to be honest. Okay, we're going to take this golden brown. Somewhat similar to the caramel brown or caramel brown. No, that's dark brown orange. Where's that caramel brown? There's the caramel brown. Yeah, they're pretty similar colors. Got a little more yellow in it. If I had a clone, I'd have a clone painting Warhammer Dwarves right now. Yeah. Gosu, I get it, man. That dwarf box looks awesome. And my local store has that battalion box in stock. I think those... Okay. Maybe someone can answer this for me. But I want to say that the battalion boxes... Yeah, I was gonna ask if they're FOMO or not. I don't think they are. I think they're here to say the battalion boxes are just like they're like the combat patrols, right? They're cheaper than combat patrols. That's what's crazy. Yeah. You just assume everything is FOMO. Yeah, I love Warhammer Fantasy Armies though. Warhammer Fantasy is a game where someone forced me to pick any army, like roll a die and like that's the army you have to collect for fantasy. I would be happy regardless of what showed up. It literally would not matter which. It'd be whatever army. Pick an army, I'd be happy with it. Chaos Dwarves, I probably wouldn't be super happy, but that's more the difficulty in collecting them and not the actual models themselves. Because Chaos Dwarves are really cool. I'd just be 3D printing, but. Okay, really simple. Just a dry brush there. Brings kind of like the faded look to the leather. Yeah, and GW they're not too vocal on what is FOMO and what isn't. Like what boxes are limited and what aren't. So it makes it difficult to tell. Like, I still don't know what Horus Heresy boxes are limited or not. I thought the Solar Auxilia was, but then my local store, they kept getting copies of it. And I know plenty of people, my local store ordered like 4 copies of that box. I got a copy of it, and there's still a box in my local store, which is strange to me. Like, it's been months, and that stuff usually sells really quick. Really easy. Oh yeah, these are gonna look so good, guys. I'm really excited for these orcs. It's all coming together. Hey, Lord of Trek, what's going on? Work? Yeah, that stinks. Same here. Yeah. Enjoying my work today, though, so. I'm going to dig up those bases and I'll send those to you, Lord of Trek. Either, probably tomorrow. I think tomorrow I'll get it out in the mail. Take it to the post office. I have stuff waiting on me, but I got a lot I got to do today to get ready for tomorrow, for stream tomorrow. So yeah, there's no way I'm going to be able to stretch. Well, I'm going to be painting that wyvern tomorrow at this rate, like it's going to happen. So be interested in recording your interview sometime next week. Yeah, let's plan a timeout, dude. Let's do it. I'd love to. Hey, John Lockridge, how you doing, man? On your lunch break today? Welcome in from YouTube. Still assembling glue. Yeah, hey, man. Like I said, take your time. It's not a race, you know, like, enjoy it. Make sure you're using a craft knife to carefully trim those extra little nubs after you clip your pieces out. That's like my biggest pet peeve when people assemble minis, especially when they assemble minis and send them to me, is they don't clip those little nubs and then none of their pieces fit together. You send help. Oh, it's very hot. Oh no. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're in the Midwest, right? It is crazy hot this week. Yeah, here in Ohio it was like 95 yesterday. And we had an air quality alert. So my son's soccer team actually canceled practice. I think they more canceled because a lot of kids were just not going to show up. And then they canceled Wednesday as well. It's supposed to be 99 on Wednesday. Bought it from the Games Workshop store? Yeah. A weeknight. Okay. Do you want to just... Is there a time that works well for you? Are you like night? Is night a good time, or like evening, or? Because I'm thinking either Tuesday or Wednesday. After 5 p.m. Eastern. Okay. Yeah, I'll think about it. I'll get back to you. We'll figure a time out. Inspired me. I'm getting Metal Fantasy model ready for Nova from my stash. Morgar. Oh, Morgar's mini's so cool looking. Morgar is like the most terrifying like concept in fantasy. Beastmen are pretty messed up anyway, but I've been sanding and evening the bumps. Good deal. Yeah, Morgar, because Beastmen are born from humans and they're just mutated by chaos. So the humans try to kill them, but they get away, and then they join these like huge herds of Beastmen. And Morgar was born and like, you know, ripped itself out of the womb and is like the ultimate terror to the Wood Elves. He's like the great enemy. Because everything he's around mutates. His old rules, Morgar's old rules in Warhammer Fantasy, I want to say it was like 6th edition, which is when that model came out. Every unit he was near, like within 6 inches, every single turn, he had a chance to turn a model from that unit into a chaos spawn. Like a full-on chaos spawn, friend or foe. And how the rule worked was you would just put a chaos spawn on the table. A chaos spawn are like they're pretty good. You know, they're like a big monster, right? So what the actual rule stated was, you keep putting Chaos Spawn on the table until you have no Chaos Spawn minis left. If you don't have the models, you don't put the Chaos Spawn down. But I remember I have an old battle report in a White Dwarf. And it was when the Beastman Codex came out in 6th edition. It was Beastman versus the Empire. And they took Morgar, and Beastmen were all about like ambushing, so they just like walking on the sides of the board, and all their units were like skirmish formation. They're crazy, crazy weird way to play. But they were using the studio spawn, and the studio had like 12 or 14 spawn, and they used all of them. And they had to stop putting spawn on the table on like turn 3, because there were so many spawn just walking around the table. And like poor Karl Franz is like running around like trying to kill all these chaos spawn. Incredible battle report. Yeah, I kind of fell in love with Beastman at that point, but I never collected an army for him. But the whole like skirmish, like ambush formations that they play, and you know, they do like the whole chaos thing really well, where you get like the mutations and stuff. I kill one, another one takes its place. It's exactly what it does. Yeah, super cool. Yeah, the Beastman models are great. There's the Beastman characters in particular look really good. There was a Beastman Lord with a two-handed axe behind his head, like he was like raising it to strike. That was always an iconic mini. And there's another Beastman mini that has two one-handed axes at his side, like a Beast Lord. Fantastic looking minis. Like seriously good looking stuff. Alert, doing some household stuff, listening and popping. Okay, no problem. No problem, man. I'm loving the Warhammer Fantasy talk today. But yeah, Morgar is so cool. Yeah, the 2x Axe mini is a great one. You have that one? Or no, you know it. Okay. Again, like I've said, I would be happy to collect any Warhammer Fantasy army. There's no army I'd be unhappy about collecting. Beastman team, use that the GS for 20. Oh, nice, nice. I don't even know what the minis look like in that set. We're gonna be ready to paint some green skin in a minute. I think we will. We might actually be done with the some of the dry brushing. I'm gonna try to do a little bit more dry brushing on, excuse me, on the boars. I want to change up their faces a little bit. A little more depth, their color. Yeah, there's not many newer Beastmen, yeah. Hopefully the Beastman players come and join us in the old world. Move your minis to square bases, guys, it's better. Skirmish is really strong. It's not as like broken as it was in older Warhammer. They definitely made some rules that helped it balance out skirmish stuff. But playing 40k formations in Warhammer Fantasy is really strong. All right. Leather is done. It's time for skin, guys. Skin. Dwarf Rangers are super strong. Yeah. And they can skirmish now, which is crazy. But yeah, they have some insane rules. Yeah. It's not even that they're like... What's cool about Warhammer Fantasy, and this is like an old like Warhammer thing, it's not about like some weird special rule that they have that makes them good. It's about their value and their utility, right? And Dwarf Rangers just have amazing utility, and it's they're just really good because of it. And yeah, John Lockridge, Beastman, been consistently one of the best factions in Total War Warhammer. Yes, I love playing Beastman in Total War. That like weird sneaky ambush play style, and you're just putting up herd stones and like desecrating cities for the Chaos Gods for the herd stones and stuff. It's incredible play style. Yeah, I always have a ton of fun playing Beastman. Guys, I'm going to take a couple minute break. I'll be back in like 3-4 minutes, and then we're gonna start on some orc skin. Alright, I'm back. Florida Trek, your GW. I don't have a GW store close to me. I just have independent retailers. There's one that's within like an hour drive of me, but I'm not going all the way out there for a free mini, to be honest. Okay, so here's the green we're starting with. This dark yellow green. Whose signature? This is Vince Venturella's signature series paint. I'm going to use a slightly smaller brush here. Now we have to be careful while we're painting. This is our base color. We're going to highlight up from this, so we're not going to shade this color. We're not going to put a wash on these minis. We're going to try to avoid a wash. So what I'm doing is I'm using a darker base color. Are nids easy to paint? Tyranids can be pretty easy to paint. Yeah. Um, Tyranids work really well with contrast paints, which are kind of a learning experience in themselves. But all the little like organic ridges and everything really lend to contrast paints. So if you're willing to try contrast paints, you basically need 3 of them, and you're pretty much good to go as far as painting a large amount of Tyranids. Some of the models in the Leviathan box have some crazy detail on them, though, so it's not everything. Not everything's going to be super easy and quick to paint. This guy's like a Shrek green right now. Army of Shreks. I don't know what that means. Contrast paint is a specific type of paint that GW sells. There are other companies that sell equivalents, like Speed Paint or was it Express Paint, those kind of things. What they are is they're like a really thin tint kind of paint. That with one coat, what they do is they're normally really vibrant colors, and they kind of put down your base coat, and like they have like they're darker in the recesses and brighter in like the raised ridges, so it gives you like a natural shading and highlight. Get out of my swamp. Yep. Yeah, so it's kind of like a one coat to do 3 steps kind of thing, 3 or 4 steps. But they behave differently than normal acrylic paints, so you know you're gonna be doing different techniques. But otherwise, if you're just painting with normal paints, it's not too bad. Just take your time. You know, pick out 2 or 3 main colors, and you know, pick a color scheme you like, and just try to match the paint to it. They benefit from zenithal. Yeah, I don't think Lord of Trek has got the airbrush. But if you wanna try some, you know, some other techniques, zenithal highlighting is really well. You can do it with a rattle can. But if you prime your mini black and then you spray it on the top with white spray paint, you'll create like really easy natural shadows. Then when you put that contrast over, it like heightens the effect. Yeah, and Kershaw Blue's crew look amazing. So excuse me. All right. Alright, cool. Skin on the first orc is done. Base color. Crucial stuff does always look amazing. Yeah, that's true. I may have missed a belt here. Not sure how I'm basing these yet. I might go classic. A little more classic, like Earth kind of stuff. Oh, we'll see. Test around Termagon, see what comes out. Yeah. And, you know, and again, enjoy the process, take your time. It is very rare that someone paints a mini and it comes out how they picture it in their head, especially like when you're first starting to paint. So just use it as a learning opportunity. Palette coming in today, my primer tomorrow. Nice. It's colorblind, yeah. So with these colorblind people being good painters, I don't get it. My best friend is colorblind. He's an amazing painter. About your best friends. Yeah, one of. I don't have a lot of friends, okay? Last couple years, my friend group really whittled down anyway. No, my buddy Killcam is partially colorblind. He's an incredible painter. Yeah, thanks, Raja. I assume I'm at least decent. Cool. Let's get on the next one. Let's keep moving. This is where I like the guys with the helmets. I think there's only 2 others without helmets, so save us time here. We're glued together. Nice. It's a crazy mini. Because he's almost like floating. It's weird to see like everything going on in the mini. Morgar is definitely one that should be in the setting of the current old world because he's old. I don't know. Maybe when Beastmen come out, they'll have Morgor. Morgor the Shadow gave, right? Hey, Helchorn, how you doing? Welcome into the stream. Hope you're having a good day. You know, the businessman side of me should be, you know, disappointed when people are, you know, learning their own, going on their own with the hobby, but I just can't help but be excited when people jump into the hobby. Love it. That's a great trick. I'm glad you're trying this stuff. You to do it for. I know, yeah, but it's okay. The thing I keep in mind is there are plenty of people out there who don't have the time to do it, and so they're willing to pay me. I'll stay busy. If there ever comes a day where I'm not doing commissions anymore, hopefully I'm making enough money from Patreon or just like, you know, creating content helping people get into the hobby to where I don't have to worry about commissions. I need to do crazy giveaways like Auspex Tactics, right? That's the big thing. Yeah, shout out to the people who pay me to paint minis. Yeah. You are very appreciated. So much fun. Wish I could do it again. Yeah. Gosu and any Patreon members here, I have some ideas, and I'm gonna need Patreon's help. I'm gonna need your guys' help specifically for a project coming up. So you guys are staying tuned to what's going on, but yeah, big project TM. Yep. TM is trademarked. I'm really excited for it, though. When here plays Sororitas? That's a good question. I have painted some Sororitas. I've never played Sororitas, though. Or nice. So we're gonna find a nice bright green. I'm gonna mix. Oh man, bright green. That might be a little. That's a little too like bluish. We'll find some stuff. But we're gonna do a nice mix. We're gonna get this skin highlighted and looking really nice. Definitely want to go with a little more of like the classic orc green. This Shrek skin color isn't quite what I'm wanting for an orc. But I was planning on highlighting the skin anyway, so it's not that big. Two-one Northman axe. Oh, nice. That is the best possible upgrade you can get in the game. Is the Gift of Chaos giving you a second wound? Too bad it was wasted on Northmen and not on like a good unit, but still. I don't know if you know this, Zen, but the sorcerer, the Abyssal Sorcerer, or whatever, comes with a unit of Abyssal Knights as their bodyguard. It's ridiculous. You have Northmen? The sorcerer does? That must have been a change then, because when I played it was the Abyssal Knights. Because there's like the warlord that comes with the Northmen, right? That's too bad then. I really want to get these guys done so I can get to a point to where I can paint that I can paint the wyvern on stream tomorrow. That's what I want to do. Scared to do my Northern Emissary. Yeah, that mini's crazy. Yeah. It might help, you know, like assemble him last and paint him last. That way you're comfortable and you know your color scheme and stuff. That movie has a lot going on though. That mini has a lot going on. I always paint basic troops as like my test minis. And I make sure I have a couple squads of the basic troops painted before I move on to characters. Because you want to get established with like understanding your paint scheme. And then you can find ways to alter it a little bit to show off like, you know, the big characters and the monsters or whatever. Little leather straps around his sword handle we need to get, and his back belt there. So some things we missed with the leather, but that's okay.
First of all, let me take just a moment to thank you for allowing me back into your home.
Hey, Illusions. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Doesn't have my beloved robot boy. They have Necrons, real Necrons. Yeah, the Tomb Kings. Is that what you're talking about? Forget 40k. Go back to Old War. Yep. Spells now have specific upgrades. I did see that, which is great. And they're making Fireball even better, which is insane. That's good for the wizards that focus on healing. Because, like, I was doing Wood Elf playthroughs with the Druid, and the Druid was always just worthless. Because they had a spell that healed forest spirits, but then none of the upgrades benefited that spell. It was always a super worthless spell. Regret starting AdMech. Need to paint some Cataphren for an upcoming game. Details. Just move them all over to 30k. So none of the AdMech units are in 30k proper. They might be going in 30k proper with the campaign book coming out, but if you play with the I think it's called the Liber Ingenium, but the different Liber rules of from the like fan made stuff, the like community supplements, they put all of the AdMech stuff into the Mechanicum rules. 40k Necrons just boneless Tomb Kings. That's right. Yep. What's going on, Raja? I want to pray to the machine god. Yeah. Yeah, Skaven are really cool, though. I'm sure a Manticore just harassing group of undead knights. Nice. I need to play through a game of Solo, but I've been addicted to Total War. My dwarf campaign of Total War is just going bonkers. I'm on turn 100. I have between 12 and 15 full armies of like top tier troops. I'm making, I think it's 67,000 gold a turn. I have about 500,000 gold in the bank. I just confederated my first dwarf faction. I haven't even bothered to confederate. Sorry, but I confederated Karak Kadrin, so I got Ungrim Iron Fist. I got Gotrek and Felix as well, so they're part of the. They're running around. I'm gonna get them to join an army too. So, yeah. I'm just going nuts. And the Chaos Invasion hasn't happened yet, so I am getting excited. I'm going to start prepping for the Chaos Invasion, but my most northern dwarf city is going to be an absolute fortress. And I'm going to have like 2 or 3 Slayer armies ready to just go like fight Archaon before he even makes it to my cities. Because that's exactly what Slayers would do, right? Then I'm just going to have armies of Iron Breakers and Organ Guns. And Iron Drakes defending my cities up there. It's going to be epic. I don't think the armies are going to be that hard to fight against, but we'll see. Oh wait, no, the Immortal Empires. It's a random, right? It's a random faction that goes nuts. I forgot about that. It could be the undead. It could be a big undead uprising. Helm Gorst could go crazy. Everybody's like, who's Helm Gorst? Nobody knows. But he's in Total War. Some dude that rides on a corpse cart. Yeah, the way the game has been updated since I last played. They have tons of like good quality of life things, like respecking Lord abilities, the mentor upgrade for Lords, like sharing experience when your Lord gets to a certain level, which is awesome. So now I have like Thorgrim running around, and he's level like 48 at this point. And every time he wins a battle or gets experience, like 30% of it gets shared between all of my characters. Just helps everybody out. AOS looks bananas. Real mayonnaise. Okay. Okay, Fuegan. How you doing, man? Age of Sigmar is a little wild. Not my cup of tea. I talk about it, I'd play any game, any army in Warhammer Fantasy and be happy. I'd collect. Age of Sigmar, it's the opposite. I don't think there's one army I'd be okay to like collect and play. None of them look fun to me. The game doesn't look like fun to me. You just woke up? Isn't it the same thing? No, they're different. Age of Sigmar and Warhammer the Old World are different. Warhammer the Old World is more classic fantasy, and the game is played like, it's like a rank and file game, but I also grew up playing Warhammer Fantasy, so there's a lot of that. Age of Sigmar is like super copyrightable, high fantasy, like crazy off the wall stuff. It's just a little beyond the pale for me. Pulling teeth last night, finishing a draft I floundered for a week. Okay, all right. Did you finish it? Okay. 6 done. 4 more. Finish the tedious stuff. Left the fun parts to today. Alright, nice. Nice. Very little Star Wars TV movies in the future. I saw, let's see, Skeleton Crew's coming out this year, Andor Season 2, and there's a Mandalorian movie. But I think what's happening is Lucasfilm is just not announcing things that far out like they did in the past because schedules change and everything. Hey, Zombie Bunny, thanks for the sub, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think they got really burned by trying to announce things like 3 years out. And then when things get canceled or things don't work, it hurt them. I really like The Acolyte, so I'm a little sad it got canceled. Star Wars TV just hasn't, it hasn't been getting as much viewership as it was in the start anyway, so... Sign the petition to get it back. Is there a petition? I'd sign it. I'm more curious. I want to see the actual Acolyte aspects. I really liked the dark side users, and the lightsaber fight in that show is probably one of the best in Star Wars. So yeah, I really enjoyed it. It had, you know, it had its flaws, but Star Wars always does. Like I've never seen a Star Wars that was like flawless. As close as that gets is probably Andor. Especially in the TV side of it. Alright. I get it, Lord of Trek. You didn't like it. It's okay. Andor was slow. I don't think it was boring. But I can see that. I can see where people would think that. I think Rogue One is the best Star Wars film anyway, so them continuing that storyline really interested me. Andor had like a whole different kind of suspense, right? Like there's a lot of like that kind of like spy movie drama, and then like the prison stuff, and it's just like all these different kind of like low key like things you wouldn't think of as being. It'd be like something insignificant in a normal Star Wars movie, but it means a lot because it's like normal people that it's happening to, right? Just mixing the pot. Okay. Besides seem competent, yeah. Yeah, and they definitely keep that same like imperial attitude of like there's protocol and we follow it. You know, like kind of no question asked, but it's a lot better than just like we landed our ship on the enemy spacecraft and we just walk around like there's no problem and then like bring down the whole ship, right? And like they make the TIE fighter look menacing, which is crazy. You know, like TIE fighters are never menacing, but it's like a big deal. Like a TIE fighter shows up. Yeah. I think that's early 2025 is when the season 2. The season 2 is going to be the last season of Andor too. They said it's going to end the story. And I think they're just doing a Mando movie. And that's all I think I know about. I don't even know if they've announced Ahsoka season 2. All right. Three more on this color. Highlights on this green, and we have a bunch of like smaller colors. Horns and fingernails and hooves and snouts and little things like that. OG trilogy was good. Yeah, the OG trilogy's good. I mean, I'm a big fan of the prequels also, but like I think the OG trilogy and the prequels all have a whole bunch of flaws. Like they're just super campy movies. You know, like you got to get past like you can get past like the overacting and the like the corniness of it all. Like they're great. Um yeah, episode 3 is great. kind of person that mostly enjoys bad movies like Sharknado. How about Starship Troopers 2? That movie is bad. Finn, it's my favorite Star Wars. Yeah, yeah. It was definitely sad seeing like John Boyega did a great job as Finn, and they really relegated him to just yelling Rey for 3 movies. There are, I want to say, 5 Starship Troopers films. The first one is, of course, amazing. The second one is the worst. The third one's not much better. The fourth and fifth one are animated by like some like famous Japanese animated studio or whatever. I don't remember who it was, but the fourth one, I think, Starship Troopers Invasion, was pretty good, and the fifth one isn't very good. So, yeah. Force Awakens, they ended up leaning heavily into the trio. Yeah. Force Awakens had a lot of potential. I think that Lucasfilm got ahead of themselves not planning out the whole trilogy. Just letting the directors do what they wanted with it. You hate how they wrote the older characters? Yeah, it's fair. Yeah. There's a lot of like fill in the blank moments, and it's almost, it's like, obviously like someone lived their whole life, like 30 years is a long time to live with things to happen, but then it just kind of like springs it on everybody, so. Yeah, and yeah, even with like the writing, like the episode 7, a bunch of stuff happened. Episode 8, the writing and directing like completely took everything in a different direction. Then episode 9 just completely corrected everything from episode 8 and took it back in the original direction, and it was all just kind of just like a mess. I don't think the Star Wars sequel trilogy is as bad as the Hobbit trilogy, though. The Hobbit trilogy has a particular menace behind it, but is uniquely bad in a lot of ways. Yeah. During the intro because the CGI was awful. The first Hobbit movie was pretty good. The second and third ones just absolutely fall apart. And there's a 1,001 reasons for that, but I remember watching the first one in theaters, and even I was like, kind of like, what? Like, yeah, that was pretty good. That was pretty cool. And then like the second one, I was like, why? Like, this wasn't that good. And then I watched the third one in theaters. I was like, for an entire movie focusing on a battle, like, I really did not like that movie. And guys, there's, again, Star Razor. There's a thousand reasons why those movies turned out like they did. Like, Peter Jackson, you want to tell him no, they didn't have any pre-production time because they fired Guillermo del Toro. They pushed it to 3 movies when it should have just been, 2 would have sufficed. They all that like Warner Brothers fighting with New Zealand about labor laws for actors. So they did all these terrible things to the actors that played the dwarves in particular. A lot of them are New Zealand, like a lot of them are Kiwi, and they like didn't invite them to the premiere of the films, like the second and third films and stuff like that. Like they did everything. They got New Zealand to change their labor laws so they could exploit these people because they threatened the country to film the movies elsewhere. And the government didn't want to deal with the political fallout of Warner Brothers moving the filming to a different location. Because like that's what New Zealand is known for at this point. And so they pretty much gave Warner Brother what they wanted. And basically like destroyed like acting unions in New Zealand. There's a ton of stuff, a ton of things wrong with that trilogy. Yeah, it's over CGI'd because they didn't have time to make the costumes. You know, they had these costumes for the first movie that they were working on because they actually had time for pre-production. But I think Peter Jackson got like a month of pre-production after they got rid of Del Toro. And that's what they were left with. Because they weren't going to have Azog in the movie, you know, as like the pale orc and all this stuff. Like he was going to be killed like he is in the book. And that was going to be it. And they were going to have Bolg, and they had this amazing design for Bolg that GW actually made a miniature for. You see him briefly for a second, and you can buy his miniature, I think, still from GW, but it's not named Bolg. It's named like the Watcher, like the Gatekeeper or something. Incredible design, like practical, like costume. It looked amazing. Yeah, they passed the movie off to Jackson. They're like, here you go. It's coming out in December. Get it done. I know at some points he was writing a script for the scene for that day. Or for like the next day. And like he would show up on set and have like the script written. And they would just kind of run with it. Like, that's what they were doing for that movie. There's a mutant goblin in the bucket beside the goblin. Yeah. The little messenger guy. We must protect him at all costs. You can actually play that mini in Middle-earth SPG. You can field him, and he's like in his little bucket thing. He is like stupid overpowered because he like calls in goblin reinforcements. I think that's his rule, and it's just like he just brings in tons of goblins. Yeah, those Goblin Town goblins absolutely suck too. They're some of the worst like individual models in the game, but you get so many of them. Like they're the ultimate. Them and hobbits are the ultimate horde armies. Well, I'm excited for what is today? Today's the 27th. Yeah, in 2 days the new season of Rings of Power comes out. Looking forward to it. I will be watching and not spoilering. But I am excited to watch. Interesting on the horizon for movies and series. Yeah. They said Rings of Power season 2 comes out. I'm excited for that. Oh, in December. So two things in December. One on Amazon is the what is it called? Secret Level, I think is the series, the anthology series that has a 40K episode. So you can actually watch that. Trailers on online for Secret Level, but it's like a bunch of video game like shorts basically. Um, then also in December, the War of the Rohirrim, the Lord of the Rings anime film comes out. Looking forward to the Terminator anime. I saw something about that. I haven't watched any trailers for it or anything. It's like it's gonna eat. Really? Yeah, yeah. It looks pretty good. I'm not like a huge fan of anime, so it's not like my preferred style, but I'll definitely see it. And they're basing the new edition of Middle Earth SBG off of this film, or they're tying them in together. So I imagine GW is going to try to hype it up a bunch. Okay. Finished the skin base coat. Start on the highlights, or do I try to get something else real quick? Got time? We don't have tons of time. Let's try to get these tusks. We'll start working on those. I think what I'm actually gonna do, I'm gonna start with dark green brown. Dark green brown's really good color. It's like base color, tusk tooth color. Just putting all the brown colors on these minis. There's green brown. Is there a green brown? There's not a green brown. So they have dark green brown. Right. Try to avoid like the very base of the tooth and horns. I'm at this point I'm thinking I'm not going to finish these today. That's okay. I'm still going to get to work on that wyvern. And I'll get the shields. I'm going to try to get the shields base coated. And then tomorrow we'll finish the highlights on these and hopefully get started on the wyvern. Wyvern's little. You think a giant like Dragon Mini would be a decent size, but he's really not. It's the smallest of the Dragon Boys. Yeah, yeah. He definitely is. And I'm used to seeing him in like Total War. Yeah, he's probably the smallest dragon in Total War too, but he's still like he's big. You know, like as big as a griffin or whatever, and this one is little. These guys have been a lot of fun to paint, though. I've been really enjoying this. Yep, I have that old griffin. Yeah. I still have that thing. I think that griffin might be bigger than the wyvern, though. These little tusks here. All right. Feels good to be able to paint minis quickly like this. Not quite 4 hours, but get them done quickly. His horn is going to be a bone or tusk. Skipping it this whole time. I think I'm going to try to finish the highlights on this color before we end today. Okay, so we're going to take olive flesh. This is our color. This is our color. And we're going to start mixing it into this dark green brown. We're about a 50-50 mix. It's really nice. provided I get these orcs done this week. And next week, I have Leagues of Votan to paint. That'll be fun. It's some Berserks, I think, a couple Sagittars, and a squad of the new scout guys, the, like, sniper or whatever, the cloaked dudes. Should be next week. And when I'm done with those might take me a little longer than a week. When I'm done with those, it'll be on to Horus Heresy, more Emperor's Children. So, I seem to have fallen into a somewhat regular schedule of customers sending me bits and pieces of their army at a time. I don't mind. I like breaking it up. So we'll see from there. Maybe more Tau. Maybe more orcs. I'm gonna try to have this giveaway mini painted though. And hopefully we can do this giveaway Sunday. Sunday is September 1st, I think, right? Yeah. If you want a chance at this exalted hero of chaos, channel points or Patreon. Well, we paint him soon. Nothing else. I'll be working on him through the weekend and then Sunday night. Zen, have you beat challenge rating 7 yet? On anything in Sovil? Just beat the Abyssal Sorcerer. Nice. Nice. No, you're working out with the dwarves. Okay. See enough on there. Starting to look good. Yeah, once these orcs are highlighted, they're going to look really good. Everything's going to start coming together. Lurking Bet, we get a few things ready to head out. Yeah, no problem, Gosu. Hey, you have a ton of fun at Nova. Now, if you hear any inside scoops on anything, gotta let us know, man. Yeah, sounds like a blast, though. Joy. Dark yellow green looks good. It does, doesn't it? Yeah. A really solid base color. I really want to bring it up to like that more bright orc skin, you know, like that kind of green that we all know and love about orcs. So I'll be working toward that. I think I want to try to do it in one highlight. Might take me two, but we'll see. That'll be something for tomorrow. Alright, one more with this color. Do one more highlight on the tusks. I guess another 2 hours into these minis. About 6 hours on these minis in total. What is that? I have 10 minis. How much time is that per mini? That math. It's not bad though. Not bad.
First of all, let me take just a moment to thank you for allowing me back into
Hey,
your home.
Philtaculus. Welcome. welcome. How are you doing? Jump right in. Still wet on that tusk, but that's okay. Cool. Just a little bit extra. Make the tusks look a little different from the teeth. It's the horn guy. We'll do a little extra on him. His horn look a little cooler. Cool. It really touched this guy's tusks. Right? Hidden in there. Oh, enough. Gotta finish off. Okay, yeah, no problem. You have a great one, man. I'll see you tomorrow. Incredible. Thank you. I appreciate it. Get you starting to appreciate the Warhammer fantasy. All part of the plan. Yeah, see ya. I have a couple minutes left. I'm gonna do one quick thing. I want this color on this guy here. Okay. So there were some minis that had belts that I did not get. These touch-ups now. So here's one of them. And he also had his sword. He had a rip on his sword here. Try not to make me. Okay. There's a couple more with that I did not get. Here's another one. I think the banner guy was one. You and you and you. Okay. I go back and dry brush that. I need to dry brush first. First thing is this man shoulder pauldron. There, he blends in. Then we have our golden brown. You. It's one. Another. So I think it was just those three. Okay. If we get some paint on their skin, because I'm going to be highlighting that anyway, so it's going to be covered. Nice. All right. Easy stuff. We got touch-ups. We need to highlight the skin. I think we're going to do a little bit on the boars, like fingernails on the orcs and hooves on the boars. Paint some eyes real quick, and maybe another dry brush where the snout is or something, and some skulls on this banner. But a bunch of small steps except for the highlighting. That's all we have left to do on those. Not a bad stream. Pretty productive. So with that, I'm going to jump off. I will be back on tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern. About 2 p.m. we'll be painting this and hopefully getting started on the wyvern that I need to work on, getting its assembly and everything, getting it primed. So that's what we're going to be doing. But you guys have a wonderful day, and I will see you guys tomorrow. See you, Raja. Bye, everybody.